Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and the expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve. I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, And quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now, I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm a business growth imagineer, owner and founder of Uertis Edecus, LLC, which Uertis Edecus stands for Honor and Excellence. I'm also your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. And the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Leading off our session this morning is Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. Dr. Thornton is a distinguished leader, educator, and humanitarian dedicated to empowering individuals and transforming communities worldwide. As an assistant director of the Masters in Human Services and Pastoral Counseling programs at Regent University, she shapes future leaders in mental health and human services. A globally recognized speaker and author, her Removing the Mask workshops, an acclaimed book series inspire emotional authenticity and professional growth. Honored as a World Civility Ambassador, Dr. Boone Thornton's impact spans continents, fostering leadership, emotional wellness, and transformative change across diverse communities. Please help me welcome Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well, doing well.
So I got a comment. World Civility Ambassador. Don't we need more of that? Talk about that accolade and achievement.
Well, it was one of those things that, I didn't see coming. You know how you're just going through life doing what you do.
Right.
The I Change Nations organizations, they select people to be ambassadors. They vet them, they look at things, and they said, hey, this is what we want you to do. You're already doing it here, there, and everywhere else. So welcome to I Change Nations.
Well, congratulations on that. And like I said, given where the state of the world is today, we need a whole lot more civility. So get to work, Miss Ambassador. So we're going to do a fireside chat and kind of talk about some of the things that you do, how you do it, why you do it, etc. But before we get into that, if you could give folks a little bit of background about who you are, educational background. How did you get involved in the work that you're doing today?
Absolutely. Well, my journey began in human services and education. I spent years working in mental health, trauma-informed care, leadership, and development. And throughout, I was able in all areas to kind of work my way up. So I understood what it meant to do direct services and be in the classroom and all of that. I also was a supervisor, a director of children's services. So I understood the other part of it and worked closely with a lot of CEOs and people in leadership. And through it all, I could see one common thread, that everybody in leadership kind of carried this weight of responsibility, without really addressing their emotional needs. And I was like, we need to do something about that. I need to be doing something about that. You know how you're always looking for other people. And then I thought, wait a minute, I can do something about that. And so that's where this came from. I really want to help leaders operate from a place of authenticity while supporting and leading those who work for them.
Interesting. So talk a little bit about the connection that you make between emotional wellness and authenticity. Are those two things interchangeable? One drives the other. Talk a little bit about your perspective on that.
Absolutely. And one does drive the other, because as long as we're masking, our emotions, not really dealing with what's going on. I mean, everybody has emotions, but as leaders, we kind of show up as this resilient person that doesn't really have anything bothering them. And so when you can really address what's going on with you, why am I so stressed? There's always anxiety. And it's to the point where there's frustration and even burnout. When you can address those things, you can be your authentic self. You don't have to mask all of those emotions, to act like every day is a great day when we have some good ones and some bad ones.
Okay. And why the focus? I mean, because authenticity, emotional wellness, as you said, we all, have to deal with some of that. What made you particularly focused on or interested in kind of business owners and leaders?
Absolutely, because I was in that position as a leader working in the field of mental health. I was a director of children's services, so I had a lot of individuals, counselors, case managers, everybody working for me. And one thing I could see was they were getting burned out. I mean, there's so many needs and so few employees. So, I had employees with a caseload of 35 children in their families, a caseload of 40. I knew they were burned out, but I also knew that I had a whole list of students and individuals that had to be cared for. So I took time to really tap into that. Right? If we see an employee show up and they got a broke arm or something like that, we know, okay, they need an accommodation, they need some extra help. But because emotional things happen within, we don't see it. And because we've been taught sometime, you just can't show up telling everybody what's wrong, this, that, and the other, you mask that. And so when I really started addressing that with my staff, they were able to enjoy their jobs more. I was able to unlock potential that was there, but that was masked because they were so overwhelmed. Not that they did less work, but they understood that I understood what was going on and I could support them as best as I can.
Okay. Now, how long have you been with Regent University?
I've been with Regent for a long time. First, as a student, I got my PhD there. Then I worked as an adjunct, and I was a dissertation adjunct, where I helped people who were working on their dissertations and study and research. But I came on full time in 2023 and started working in the field. I came from another university where I was a chair of a human services department, and they were like, "This looks like your area of expertise. So come on over here and help us." And so I've enjoyed it the whole time.
Okay. Now, students that are kind of working in this area or working in this field, what are their typical backgrounds? And talk about why you feel it's so important that we develop more individuals with this kind of skill set.
Absolutely. A lot of the individuals that show up and say, "I want to do human services or counseling," they initially say, "I want to help people," right? Some of them have been through some things themselves and they came out on the other side and they're like, "I feel like I can help people with whatever's going on." My thing is to make sure that we pull out the potential, teach the interventions and the skill set that they need to actually effectively help people, using different concepts and theories to help them develop that gift or that skill. And I feel like it's really important in helping them to get to that point to also stress self-care, because you can't pour from an empty cup. And a lot of my students are empty. They're parents, they're working, they're going to school, this, that. So I teach that self-care, which is so important, not even just at the university, but in life. It's in life, and it transitions over to job and everything else. So we make sure we focus on that so that students can take that with them as the basis for everything that they do.
All right. And what's the approach that you take and that your university takes, really in kind of focusing on mental health and emotional wellness and authenticity, is there a specific philosophy, approach that you use, that you try to teach, that you try to get your students to incorporate in their work with others?
Absolutely, because in working in the field of mental health, one of the things is you don't want to do more harm. You're already working with vulnerable people, people who have a need or they need help. And so you don't want to go in there and make things worse trying to quote unquote help. So we make sure that our students understand what's going on with them first, because everybody's bringing something to the table, good, bad, and indifferent. And, we're in a society where there's lots of change and lots of challenges. So we have to make sure that students understand where they're operating from and make sure that they're in a good place before they go try to help someone else. Because, there's a lot of, you can do transference where you don't want to do harm, but you really are, because you're transferring some of your stress and pressure and frustration onto the client, who is really in a bad place, but maybe very proud and don't want to help and this, that, and the other. So it could really backfire. So we really focus on you coming from a place of authenticity, understanding your own emotional wellness, and taking care of that on a daily basis.
Interesting. You mentioned challenges and individuals and leaders dealing with challenges, and there are business leaders out there right now listening to you and go, I can tell you about some challenges. But talk about what you have found or research shows is kind of the biggest emotional wellness challenges that the typical business owner or leader of an organization faces.
Well, most of the times when individuals that work for you are really, really stressed out emotionally, there's a lot of absenteeism. Some people try to manage their stress, self-medicate and things of that nature. So employers could see really strange behavior or opposite ends, happy, sad, all kinds of things. A lot of people miss work because of that. But the real challenge is not absenteeism, but presenteeism. So you are present, but you're not really there.
Right.
Emotionally, you're bogged down. You're thinking about the kids. You're thinking about the bills. You're thinking about everything else. So you're just showing up. And that makes it even more difficult for employers, because when an employee is not there, they know they got to cover that person. But when they're actually there but not there, it's very frustrating. One of the things that people have to realize is they spend 60% of their day at work. Even if they just got a regular 9 to 5, they have to drive to work. They have to drive home. It's traffic. It's this, that, and the other. They're answering emails and texts outside of work pertaining to work. So it spills over. And so you really have to be, as an employer, cognizant of work-life balance, right? And even that individual, the employer himself, have to be real cognizant of that. You have to set things in place where your employees don't feel like they have to work outside of work. Most of us, we're looking at our phone as soon as we wake up and before we go to bed to make sure we didn't miss this, and that. And it's more pressure. And so there's a hard stop end of the day. When you leave at 5, you leave at 5. You're not expected to do anything else till you show back up at 8 in the morning. You have to help employees build that work-life balance, those boundaries, right? Professional and personal boundaries, because we're so inundated by things that go on outside of the workplace that those boundaries get skewed easily. And so, one of the things that I say to employers is, hey, make sure you're addressing emotional wellness. Before your meeting starts, check in, how are we doing? We know it's been a really stressful time. It's been a lot of turnover. You have to step up and do your job and 3 other people's job. Acknowledge that. How are you handling that? Because some people make it look easy, and because they make it look easy, they're given more work, which internally just stresses them out more. And so they're headed towards burnout, and you think they're doing just a great job. So take that time, right, to just check in with the employees. How are you doing? Ask about family. Are you spending enough time with your family? It's really important to establish that, and establish that as part of the workplace, the culture that we want you to spend time at home and enjoy home and enjoy work. And so that is one of the ways to really unlock potential and to put people in a place where they feel like, hey, if I'm stressed out, it's okay for me to talk about it. I'm not going to be looked at like, oh, don't give them nothing else. Stay on the edge. You know what I mean?
Well, it's interesting. You alluded to earlier the importance of, from a leadership perspective, being transparent, emotionally transparent, and opening up from that perspective. And you just talked a little bit about creating that culture as a leader within your organization, so that people can feel free, comfortable, and confident in expressing what might be going on with them, etc. But what are some simple techniques, strategies, approaches that a leader can take to kind of manage their own wellness? So are there some kind of tactics that you teach folks to do, or that you recommend people do to kind of stay connected with what their kind of emotional state is, their emotional wellness and stabilities are, or to manage that as they go forward?
Absolutely. As a leader, you have so many things happening, right? As you try to have a successful organization and have employees that enjoy what they're doing. And when they enjoy what they're doing, the work really happens. You have to understand that you have an additional weight that you carry every day. The weight is not just yours, it's the weight of the company and everybody who works for you. One of the things that I do in my workshops and with leaders and anybody in a high profile position is I ask them to journal. And so they're like, journal? I don't have time to write. Yes, you do. Because journaling helps you uncover things that you hide, even from yourself. And so, in my workbook, I have different scenarios that gives you prompts. Like on your day, what happened that was good? What happened that was, and you start writing. And once you write in this journal, I always tell people, give themselves about 2 weeks, go back and look and see how you handle certain things. Did you just brush off the fact that, you were so drained when you went into this meeting, that you didn't see that nothing was productive was going to come out of it? You have to be in a place where vulnerability is not seen as a weakness, but it's actually seen as a courage, to have the courage to speak up and say, hey, look, guys, I'm stressed too, and deal with that. Emotional wellness, we cover so many things up. I always have people do like a little pie chart, right? And so at the end of the day, where are you? And so we kind of see how much frustration we've had during the day, maybe how much anger, how much whatever. And when you see these charts are being filled with a specific emotion, that's what you really need to focus on. If you're ending the day and for the last 3 days, you've seen that frustration is 90% of your emotions, then you need to focus on that area. You need to get to some underlying causes, which you can see as you journal. What are some of the things? Is it that my employees are not trained? Is it that I'm not a good leader? Is it that my communications is not good? It will help you work on not only yourself, but on what you need to communicate with others.
Now, I understand you wrote a book, and maybe actually multiple books. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
But the one I wanted to ask you about was the one about removing the mask, transforming your reality, removing the mask, etc.
Yes.
Talk about that book. What inspired you to write it, and what's the basic core message you wanted to deliver to folks reading it?
Right. Well, I was inspired just by being a a leader myself and understanding from a worker's perspective what it takes emotionally. I also started writing this book during COVID because I knew once people we got on the other side of COVID, post-COVID, there were so many emotions that we had gone through, death, loss, everything, that we would be bringing back into this new landscape of a society. And so the core message is that we all wear masks, all of us, whether it's a mask of strength, perfection, or resilience. We wear these masks to hide the emotional pain that we are actually dealing with. Have a true transformation begins when we remove this mask and allow ourselves to acknowledge processes and heal from our emotions. So leaders are no exception. In fact, they deal with more emotions than most of the employees. And so that is why I say, hey, we have got to stop suppressing this, because we've been taught to suppress it. We really have. You don't want to show emotions, put on a happy face, everybody be happy. And we really have never been taught how to deal with it. Usually if I ask somebody how they're doing and they start saying, oh, well, I've been stressed out, this, that, him. And what do you say?
Well, that's life. Deal with it. Come on.
Okay. We've been taught that. Well, yeah, and I would always
say, come on.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Me too. I'm going through that too. And so we've been always putting that but there. But it's going to be all right. But it's you. It's on you to fix it. And it is on you to fix it. But the fact that you feel that way is because you're in an environment that's chaotic. You're in a place that's stressful. All of things are happening, but people internalize that as I'm doing something wrong. Let me just mask it. So that is why I'm always talking about removing the mask. I do workshops all over so that, people, you create a safe place for deep self-healing and reflection. And that's what we have to do. A lot of things we just dismiss. I'll have people say, I can't deal with that right now. All the time. And so when you're not dealing with what's going on emotionally with you and you're masking it, where do you think it goes? It doesn't disappear. Poof, it's gone because I don't want to think about it no more. No, you internalize it. Your blood pressure shows it, right? Your A1C it shows up. You're not internalizing it. So the mask is important. It's so, so important that we stop pretending we're fine and suppressing and overcompensating. A lot of times with work, you'll see people say, oh, I just need to keep busy. No, you need to deal with what's really eating at you.
I do a workshop. So I have a science background, engineering background, an undergrad and then an MBA. But I do this workshop talking about kind of the laws of leadership that are based in the laws of nature, laws of science, et cetera. And there's a law of science, you probably are familiar with it, that matter is neither created nor destroyed, just simply changes form. And I think that's what you're talking about. That just says, hey, when you've got this energy that's coming from whatever you're dealing with,
right?
It doesn't get destroyed. It goes somewhere. It goes into something. It changes its form, and that form can be often detrimental to us, not only emotionally but physically, in the things that you talked about. So I think that's a great lesson for us to all hear. So now, the removing the mask workshops that I take as based on or derives out of that kind of info from the book. Talk a little bit about how you work with people in those workshops. What's the format of that, and what is it that they feel they are gaining when they're coming out the other end?
It is really almost life-changing, because people, especially leaders, haven't really been put in a place where they feel like they can talk about their struggles emotionally. So within the workshops, we create an environment where it's safe. to talk about how you feel. And you're amongst other leaders so that you know this is just not me. I'm just not dealing with this. A lot of leaders are dealing with it. We give them the ability to be vulnerable because usually as a leader, you can't. You have to be the strength of the organization, the leader. And so we give them the opportunity to honestly talk about their struggles and let them know that it's okay. We usually do a mask, and they do that mask, and we have different colors that represent emotions, and so they actually paint the mask based on their emotions, and we let them understand that this is underneath what you show everybody every day. This doesn't go anywhere. These negative emotions are here. And if you think about it, the negative emotions are what you're really feeding your brain. So it's difficult for you to stay positive. That's why you work so hard to stay positive, because you still have all of this negativity there. And so it's okay to say, I'm stressed. I experience it. Here's how I manage it. I don't do a good job managing it, and we work together for a solution to kind of step by step start taking that mask off. Now, part of what we do, because I always have licensed clinicians as part of the workshops, because sometimes when you start looking at what's really there, it's so much there that you've been masking for so many years that you can't fix it by yourself, right? You may need a therapist. You may need someone else to talk to. So it's okay. It's okay to seek a mentor, to seek a coach, to seek a therapist. It's okay to, in the morning, when you talk your pep talk, some people got music they listen to get them pumped up. Check in emotionally with yourself first. How am I feeling? What am I bringing from yesterday into this day? We got to start learning how to let that go. We can't let that go if we don't check in with our emotions daily. We check in on our physical health daily. We'll get up and take our vitamins and do our exercise and all of that. But emotionally, we just bury it. So we teach them to prioritize themselves. We teach them that work-life balance, because it's little simple things. No really helps a lot of people, just saying no. And so it's just little techniques that we give them. And a lot of times people are like, I can see the difference. I feel better already. Because when we're leaders, we feel sometimes like we have to lead and be out front and do it all. We teach people how to delegate. And leaders don't understand that they have a difficult time sometimes, especially when it's your company and you created it and you're the CEO and you have a vision and maybe everybody's not on board with your vision. You feel like you now have to put this whole company on your back and take it on up there till you get where you're going. Right. And you can't do that. Burying emotions. You can't do that because you're going to burn out, right? You're going to get to the point where your vision seems painful sometimes, and it should not. It's only because you may be doing the health piece, but the emotional wellness piece is missing. And when you start doing both of them, you become the leader you were created to be. You can unlock your own potential and unlock that potential in others.
I can imagine there are folks out there hearing this with one of several responses. There's that person who's saying, you don't know my team. They'd never go for that. They'd never let me, do that, et cetera, et cetera. There's somebody out there who's hearing you say that and thinks, oh, I'm supposed to wear my heart on a sleeve and I tell everything and, reveal everything, et cetera, et cetera. And, everything in between. So talk about kind of the balance. Because you're not saying, hey, tell them your deepest, darkest secrets, while you're at work and things will be, peachy keen. So talk about, how you go about keeping that balance between the emotional authenticity, the transparency, and the authority and the supervisory leadership role that you need to maintain as well.
Absolutely. And there is a balance, and there are all boundaries. And so, it's difficult sometimes when you first start this to talk about, hey, I'm struggling too. But that's all you acknowledging, and you're providing a support, not meaning you're in there doing interventions, you're giving diagnoses, that's too much. Now you're stepping out of your lane. You are just a leader saying that, hey, I'm struggling. I understand this. I want to be as much help as I can. We need to talk about it. Even if you got to pair some people up, go to EAP, all of that. We're just acknowledging that as being a barrier for a lot of people, even for yourself. And that's all you're doing is you're acknowledging that. No, you're not going to go through, this happened, my kids, this, that, and the other, because there's a professional boundary there. But you want to acknowledge, just like you would acknowledge if somebody broke their arm or was sick or ill or whatever, you would acknowledge that. Are you feeling better? You would check in with them. Same thing here. You're going to check in emotionally. How are you doing? I know you're struggling. I know you've had a loss. If you need to speak with somebody and, EAP, or maybe we have counselors or something like that, it's okay. Give people the permission to feel, right? Because a lot of times we mask it, even as leaders. We don't want to show that we feel, but it's okay. We're all struggling. We're all dealing with traffic and everything else that can get us emotionally riled up. And so that's where it is. I think some leaders feel like, well, if I do that, then, they're going to be coming, tell them, no, that's not your role. Your role is just to see where they can help, where you can help provide support. And, if it's something where maybe you're listening to it and you're saying like, why don't you talk to HR or somebody to see if you have some family leave or something, because this is very stressful. You're going to need some more assistance, more than what we could offer you at the workplace, because what you want people to do is to be working at their full potential every day, and just enjoying what they do and each other. And again, they could provide support systems for each other through HR and other paid facilities, resources. They can have a support group after work or join a support group. That's not your responsibility, but it is to acknowledge not only health, but emotional wellness.
All right. Well, we're running out of time, but I'm going to try and sneak in one more question here. Actually, I'm going to try and combine two into one. Talk about, where do they start? So, folks are out there listening, hearing all this, and they're recognizing their opportunity, for improvement in this area. What's a very basic foundational place to start if they've never been practicing kind of this transparency, emotional authenticity, previously?
Absolutely. And the best place to start is with you. So the employer themselves, because if you're stressed, it's difficult for you to come in and start talking about stress with other employees. So really start with your own self. Start with just, simple things, looking at your own time, where, and people have to understand their time is so very important, where you may be working in an area that you don't need to be, where you can save time, where you can say no, where you can point people, where you can delegate, where you can take care of you first, and then move out from there. There are a lot of, like I said, I have a whole workbook with ideas of what to do, but, even if you look online, there are great resources that can help you begin. I do a lot of trainings where I come into organizations and work with the leadership. And this is one of the things we talk about. We start with the leaders and then we work down from there. So you have to start with you, and you have to get yourself in a place where you feel comfortable with talking about your own emotional wellness and managing it.
Okay. So tell people how they can reach out to you if they want more information about emotional wellness and transparency, if they want to attend one of your workshops, if they'd like to, apply to your school and your program, how can folks reach out to you for more information, for guidance and advice, or to participate in the work that you do?
Absolutely. So if you want to, you're thinking about going back to school, human resources or pastoral counsel or anything in our department, you can always go online to regent.edu and look up Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. All my information is right there. I have a website and it's Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton, all lowercase, .com. And at the website, you can find out more about my book. You can find out more about the work that I do, not only in the U.S., but internationally as well. I have workshops. I'm on LinkedIn. I show up as the unmasking guru. And I give informational stuff. I do a Mindset Monday so that you can kind of look at that and tune in and start your Monday, because Monday sets the tone for the rest of the week. And so there's just so many ways to contact me or to get connected. But whatever you do, you need to start now with your own emotional wellness.
Well, Dr. Boone Thornton, it has been a pleasure again talking with you. I know the folks out there have learned a lot, and hopefully we'll start applying some of the things that you talked about here, and we'll reach out to you for more insights to that as well, and maybe even attend your workshop. So thank you so much for joining us this morning and for sharing your information. And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. So the expo is a fundraiser for students, and you can go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. You can also use the Cash App with the account number $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And if you're a student, you can register online at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so please donate to the fund. I also want to make sure we thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month. Those sponsors include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, The Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. More programming coming up. Stay tuned. And remember, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
It's my favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now, I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those three areas are one, the people, number two, the courses, and number three, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the owner and founder of a business growth consulting practice called Huertas e Decus. I'm also your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker for this session is Ms. Dominique Milton. Ms. Milton serves as the President and Chief Engagement Officer of the Carolinas, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, CVMSDC.org, also known as the Council. As an international connector, Ms. Milton's goal is to close the wealth gap by certifying, developing, connecting, and advocating for ethnic minority-owned businesses. The Council serves minority business owners and corporate partners in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. And as a regional affiliate of NMSDC.org, a 50-year-old not-for-profit advocacy group, they are the largest certifying agency for MBEs, minority-owned businesses, in the nation, with over 16,000 members nationwide. CVMSDC is the go-to growth engine for MBEs. Please help me welcome to the program, Ms. Dominique Milton.
Hello, Sidney. It's so good to be back with you.
You too. It's good to see you again. I see you're still staying really, really busy with the 16,000 members, growing, and all the work that you're doing. So glad you could take some time out and share, your thoughts with not only me, but obviously all of the folks out there who are going to be so interested in what you have to say.
Yes, absolutely. It's important for people to know that we exist, so that they're not trying to go it alone to build their businesses. There are advocacy groups like CVMSDC across the country that can help business owners to catapult their business.
Absolutely. Well, the last time we spoke, it was 2024. So first, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Second, talk about, some of the things that are, we'll get into a whole lot about, your organization in a second, but talk about maybe a couple of the big things that you guys have going on new this year for 2025 for minority-owned businesses, for your organization, etc.
Yes, so thank you, Sidney. So coming up, we ended the year with a very strong seminar. It was called MBE Summit, where we brought in experts on AI and experts on environmental social governance, ESG, to really train our MBEs on what language that they should use when they're responding to RFPs, and to look at AI and see how that could catapult your business. And so that's how we ended the year. We're starting the year with our annual meeting, which is going to be February 26th and 27th in Newport News, Virginia. And we're going to have a 4-hour hands-on class for business owners we're going to give them a free month of ChatGPT, and we're going to work with them and show them how they can use artificial intelligence to grow their business. This tool is moving at rapid speed. And if you're not on the bus, you're going to miss a lot of opportunity. So it can save you time, it can save you money, it can make your business look larger than it is, but you have to understand how to plug in and utilize the tool. So that's coming up next. And then we have 2 other events that will occur in 2025. Our biggest event will be in Charleston, South Carolina, August 3rd through the 5th, which will be our Business Opportunity Conference. So, all you have to do is go to our website, cvmsdc.org, to plug into all the events that we have going on a regular basis. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, you have a ton going on. Talk a little bit about, for those who aren't as familiar with your organization, and I mentioned some of the things that you do within your introduction, but talk in more detail about the services that you provide folks. What does certification really involve and entail, and the work that you're doing with your members and your clients? What are some of the other things that you're doing to really support minority-owned businesses in the Carolinas and Virginia?
Absolutely. So we're a 52-year-old organization. We're nationwide, right? And as you said in the intro, we're one of 23 councils across the United States. So I have peers like me that run councils that cover every state. And basically, our sole purpose is to connect business owners, ethnic minority business owners, with corporate supply chain opportunities. So when we say corporate, we mean major corporations, we mean educational institutions, government agencies, all of those fall into our corporate bucket, right? So we know that the doors of opportunity have been closed for so long for minorities, right? And so we're just here to try and make sure that the doors of opportunity are open. So we do 4 things, Sydney. We certify ethnic minority businesses. We're the largest certifying agency of minority businesses in the United States. We take you through a very rigorous certification process so that we know that you truly are who you say you are. That involves a lot of paperwork, but we help you with that. So there's no reason to go out and pay somebody to get that done. We help you get certified. So you get certified, then we help develop you. I like to hang our hat on development and connection, because no matter where you are in your business, like you listened to the video earlier about working on your business versus working in your business, we help people understand how to work on their business, right? So you might be a startup and you want to get to $1 million, or you might be at 5 million and you want to get to 10 million. We help you look at your business from a different perspective, a different lens, and develop it to the next level. And those programs are generally free with us. So we put you through training programs to help you develop your business. So that's certification, development, and then connection. You want to be in the room with the people you want to do business with, and we help do that for you, right? So we have connecting events where you can come and meet and do matchmaking sessions with those people you want to do business with. And then the 4th thing, Sydney, is advocacy. We work on the Hill in DC and locally to make sure that laws are passed to support businesses so that economic growth occurs.
But talk a little bit about the eligibility, I'll use that word, of the businesses that can work with you.
So you have to be 51% ethnic minority owned and operated, right? Not just an owner, but you need to be operating that business. Ethnic minority, that's Hispanic, Asian American, African American, any category that's not majority white, right? So all ethnic minorities we certify. And then you have to be a for-profit business. We don't deal with any not-for-profit businesses. For-profit, you have to be a U.S. citizen, and again, 51% owned and operated. And we take you through a vigorous process of paperwork to look at your business and then evaluate you.
Okay, all right. And as long as someone meets those criteria, they're welcome and free to use your services.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a paid subscription. There's a lot of certifications out there. So when I was an MBE, Minority Business Enterprise, we had every certification we could get. We were woman owned, we were minority owned, we were 8A certified. If you're a veteran, get the veteran certification. There's different support for each certification that you get. So with ours, it's a paid certification, and you have to renew it every year. The renewal process is very simple, but you have to renew it every year because one day you might be a minority owned business and you might sell the business tomorrow, right? So we need to check to make sure that you're still minority owned.
Are there certain industries, segments, services that don't get a lot of benefit out of being certified as an MBE?
I wouldn't say that there's, you have your mom and pop stores, your barber shops, and those smaller entities who might not be getting as many benefits because they're not certified, right? So we're developing a program to be able to address all business owners, no matter which level you are. But I want to focus on the benefits that they do get being certified. Doors are open for you, right? You're put in the room with people who want to do business with you. We had a couple in Charleston, South Carolina. They had a sauce. And they took that sauce and they were able to get invited to the Lowe's buying days opportunity. And they pitched their sauce and ended up putting their sauce nationwide in Lowe's stores, right? And so the door, when you get ready to go to different companies, they want to know if you're certified. I always tell people, Cindy, never lead with the fact, oh, I'm certified. I just got certified. I'm looking for business. That's not what people want to hear. That's just kind of like an FDA stamp of approval. What they want to hear is what value you're going to bring to the table, how you're going to help them save money, why you're more nimble, that you're in control of your supply chain, that you can deliver the products and services that they want. And then they'll say, well, are you a minority-owned business or a woman-owned business? Yes, we are. And then you just keep it moving, right? It's just a little checkbox, right? But you need to bring the quality, the value to every equation, to every conversation that you have in order to get into the door.
Right. And one of the things I also highlight to folks is you never know what might come out of. So you may be that barbershop, but maybe there's some large organization looking for different services to provide in their corporate buildings, and yours might be a fit for that. You might be some kind of service that seems unusual, et cetera, but you might be able to partner with or subcontract with. So you never know. Being certified doesn't hurt you. And it can only be positive from there. So don't miss out on the opportunity.
Yeah, and I tell people, don't wait. Like sometimes people will get to the table and somebody says, oh, I love your product or services, but you got to be certified. Are you certified? And they say no, then they have to wait they have to go through the process and they're rushing to get through it. So just get it done ahead of time. Have it there sitting on the shelf when you need to say, yeah, I'm certified. It's just like having your business license, right? So it's you already have it, you pull it out and you're ready to go. So
talk about the ways that you as an organization quantify the importance of the work that you do, because if we ask, hey, why is it important, we know why those kinds of things are important to kind of anecdotally, intellectually, but talk about some of the metrics you guys look at that tell you that the work that you're doing is important and having impact.
I'm glad you asked that, Sydney, because we focus everything on the economic impact, right? This is not a feel good. We don't do this work because it's necessarily the right thing to do. Obviously it is, right? But it's an economic imperative. For every dollar that is spent with a minority-owned business, $1.72 goes back into the economy. Right now, there's a 350-year wealth gap in America, Sydney. That means between the people that have and those who have not, it's 350 years in terms of home ownership, in terms of savings, right? And so what we do is make sure that the playing field is even, right? And the doors are open so that we can close the wealth gap. What does that actually mean? It means that if I employ you, your company, and I give you a contract and you're able to employ other people, those people can now buy homes, pay taxes, put their kids through college, right? They now become self-sufficient citizens, right? Able to give back to the economy versus a drain on the economy. They're not going into the welfare system, right? They're not needing from the government. They're giving back to the economy and the GDP. And that's why building up these businesses is so important.
Okay, good. You mentioned earlier also one of the services that you provide is advocacy.
Yes.
Talk about some of the things that you guys do in that area, and some of the gains you had, or the accomplishments or achievements you had, last year, and what's the big push that you have, for this year.
So the big elephant in the room, the big push right now is DE&I, right? The fight against DE&I. And so we have a presence on the Hill in DC. We were there for the last 2 years. We've been on the Hill meeting with our legislators, talking about the importance of DE&I. We do it locally. So that's the advocacy work that we do. It is so critical that our legislators understand the importance of our work, right? And I'm just going to break it down for people. If you were to build a minivan with just one homogenous group of people, that minivan would not be proper for children, for women, right? So just imagine all white men building a minivan. What would the back of that car look like? Would the plugs be in the right place? Would the cup holders be in the right place? And so that's the mindset I want people to think about, is when you build things with one mindset, you are not thinking about your population, the customers that are going to need to come in, right? And so we try and get legislators thinking about that. What happens when everybody who's making these political decisions looks one way? You're making mistakes, right? Commercials have been created with one group of people in the room, and they've become, you have major fails, right? Because you did not have a diverse perspective. So we talk about, and when we talk about diversity, this is not a black and white thing, Sydney, that. We're talking about age. We're talking about background, racial makeup, sexual preferences. You have to have a variety of people, and it's not just a black and white thing, right? And then the other thing that we stress is that when you have a pie, and we talked about this the last time we were together, you take a piece of that pie away, the pie doesn't get smaller. That's a scarcity mindset, right? The pie gets bigger and bigger. And when the government understands how we can get bigger and bigger and how our economy can grow stronger, then their mind changes and how they look at this, right? And so we do the U.S. a disadvantage when we're not looking at diversity.
Well, and you brought it up, so let's get into that, because there's so much we can talk about there.
Yes.
In the U.S. especially, there's a big attack, assault, all-out war on DEI. Who would have ever thought saying that we should be inclusive of all others would be such a controversial thing? But here we are. Talk about some of the specific things that you guys are having to do, working on, some of the things you'd like people to know, what they're dealing with, or how they could, deal with it. So talk about the DEI, kind of the war, what I'll call the war on DEI going on, and, more about what you think people could be doing to kind of navigate those waters.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. So I'm going to quote Stacey Abrams first and foremost, because she said at our national conference, she says, those individuals who are against DE&I, it's a small group, but they're very loud. So they're loud and they're wrong, right? And so it makes you think that the world is coming to an end as it relates to DE&I. The majority of people who are for DE&I are just quiet. They're just going about their business and getting the work done, right? We need to be louder. All right. And that's part of our advocacy work. When Costco's made the stand that said that we are supporting DE&I, we quickly wrote a memo in support of them. So we need to support those businesses that support us. Right. So now that's where I'm shopped. I always shopped at Costco, but now that's where I am on a regular basis. I hope my computer doesn't go out, because 1 second, let me plug in. But we have to be extremely supportive of the companies that support us. Right. And so standing up, letters, standing up, support, not shopping in places that say, we don't think that you're important, don't do it. Right. Because the dollar speaks. Right. So if we stop shopping in these stores that don't respect us and don't support us, they'll feel the impact. Right. So that's the first thing. But I also want to talk, Sydney, about the pendulum. Look at how the pendulum has swung. When George Floyd was killed, people were giving out money like it was just the faucets turned on. I would go ask for $1,000 and I might get $10,000. I'd ask for 10,000 and I'd get 100,000. I mean, this was just a few years ago, right? So the floodgates opened up and America realized, oh my gosh, there really is a racial issue in America, right? Let us go and support these organizations. And then overnight, the administration changed. The 2025 report was written, and we want to dismantle all these things that are perceived to be unfair practices. They're not unfair. They're trying to make things fair. How long have we worked? 400 years in America where things were unfair, where we were free labor in America, helping to build America. And now we're saying we just want equal opportunity, and they're saying that's not fair. Come on.
Right. But it's also, interesting from those perspectives of how it shows how little commitment some organizations. So you were talking about Costco. I think it was either the same week or kind of within the same time frame. Both Target and Costco came out with these supportive messages. Only for days later, Target to kind of walk theirs back.
That surprised me.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you can see where the organizations that really have little commitment. But to your point about how you can have impact and make your position and voice be known and be louder. So whether it's a long-term, decision-making process or boycott or, that kind of thing, or sometimes I just talk to, folks about, look, just pick one day or 2 days or 1 week and say for that one day or that 1 week, we are all not going to do a specific thing. It becomes recognized. Now, you can say, look, that's just a kind of the shot over the bow that just says, that's what we can do. We have that kind of discipline. We had that kind of impact. Now, do you want to consider a different perspective, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? And then, we can always go a longer route after that. But, we need to make sure that we're taking the actions that are going to be reflective of the commitments we have versus, that's going to be too hard or, nobody else is going to do it. So why should I? You know what? We all do a little bit and it has a big impact. So.
Yeah, and you're so right on that for our listeners. Just each person do your part, right? So until we can amass everybody to say, okay, don't shop in this store for a week, do your own part. I became a consumer of necessity, right? So I'm only buying what I need. I'm shopping in my own closet because, again, people are not respecting me. So I'm not going to give you my dollars. And so if every individual takes that approach, they'll start to feel it, right? And I was very surprised at Target because Target had stepped out on a limb years ago, and they were leading the charge with making sure that women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses were labeled on their shelves, and that was the place to go. They were leading the industry in working with minority-owned businesses. So I was really surprised that they failed. But your point is strong, Sydney. Those companies who are really about the business, they show up at this time. I had a conversation yesterday with a company that went behind closed doors for 2 years. I can't name the company, but they went behind closed doors for 2 days with their attorneys to figure out what they were going to do if the government says you can't, have DE&I programs. Because they said, no, we are prepared. We are serving our community. We are committed to this. And we are putting a game plan on the shelf if somebody says you can't do that, right? Because fear is playing into this a lot, right? So people are fearful of what's going to happen, if my school decides to admit a certain number of minority students. You're admitted based on your credentials, right? And so, so you got to have a game plan. You have to think through this if you're an organization and say, this is how I'm going to respond, and this is my commitment. And for those of us looking, watch closely at who truly is supporting us and who is not.
Right. Well, and that speaks to why the work that you and organizations like you is so important also, because again, you mentioned the number of councils that exist across the U.S., giving voice to all of the members. You've got 16,000, someone else might have, 500 or 2,000. There's all of these now collective voices that are being heard based on the work that you do and are doing. And so, one, thanks again for all of those efforts. but it's also to help people out there understand why organizations like yours are so critical and important for what they do every day. So thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And we've been the best kept secret. Somebody said best kept secrets don't get paid, but we need to make sure that we're letting folks know. And the reason why we this again, Sydney, is you have businesses out there that the majority of businesses fail within the first 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
They fail because they use their own money, they use their own resources, and they're not seeking the help of organizations like ours who are there to help build them up with different programs and give them access to capital. If you try and go to the bank and get money and your credit is not good, they're going to turn you around, and then you have to go back to auntie or your uncle and try and get funds. And that's now how businesses are run and successful.
Right. Well, and it's learning the tricks, going back to this same kind of the DEI concept, that learning the tips, the tricks, the strategies, the tactics that are used by especially the majority communities and business owners that they might have access to, and saying, learn those and put them in place yourself. Find ways, to be able to use those same kind of approaches and tactics, et cetera, even if it's on a smaller scale initially, until you can, use those to grow bigger and have more impact and be more effective.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a company that used to be a minority-owned company, and they were recently bought out by a larger company. And he said to me, he says, the buying power that we have now is so much greater, and our prices are so much lower because we have this larger entity to help us with buying power. He says, I never knew how disparate our pricing was and the cost was to us of our goods and services. And I say that to share that there's some things that we just don't know. You don't know what you don't know. Right. But when we start to band together, if you have a small, let's say a painting company, and you band together with 10 other painting companies, you can take on bigger jobs, right? And so we don't want to think like that, right? But you have to think scalability. How can I scale to take on this major corporate project if I only have 2 workers? You team up with 5 other people and you get a group together so that your costs are different and you are scalable. People don't understand scalability because you cannot grow if you don't have that mindset.
It's the act as if. I just did a workshop last week for a local chamber here and dealing with some businesses, and there were several contractors in the session on strategic planning, et cetera, and they brought the same issue. And I gave them an example of something that I was involved with earlier in my entrepreneurial career, where I started working with other small restaurants. Just said, look, I'm going to buy like the big guys buy, but I can't do it myself. And so went to other restaurant locations and say, hey, it's kind of like the co-op situation, co-ops scenario and a model. And we can do those kinds of things in all kinds of segments for all kinds of services. That gives us a little bit more, maybe not a competitive edge, but at least a competitive fight that we can have a little better standing.
Yeah, you get an edge. You get your pricing is different, and your flexibility is different. I'll give you another example. We have a 1-week class, and we have everybody leave their businesses, and they have to stay in a hotel in a certain city and go to this intensive class for a week. And there's one young lady, she had a logistics company, and when she was there, she had to shut her business down. And I said, the way to do this is you have some other logistics people who can take on your contracts while you're here, or let's just say you're out sick with COVID, who's going to cover your customers? You make sure that you have that backup so you don't lose that business for the whole week, so that your business is working for you when you're not even there. She hadn't even thought of that, right? But dentists do that all the time. I'm going to go on vacation. Can you take my clients? Yep, I got you covered. And when I go, then you're covered. And when we start to think about that, that's when we can really expand. It's not all about right here in this little box. You've got to be thinking bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned all of the other council organizations like yours nationally. Talk a little, because, obviously everyone that's listening here isn't necessarily in Carolina or Virginia. Talk about how they can identify or find those other kind of councils or similar kind of councils in their area market, and talk about how you guys, if you do, how you kind of coordinate amongst yourselves.
Yeah, we all work together, and actually we're global in scope. So you go to nmsdc.org and you'll see a map of United States, of the world really, and you can click on the state where you are. So you have to get certified in the state where your business license is. You can then subscribe to other councils if you want to do business with some of their customers, but you get certified where your business is set up. And again, we're across the United States, and then we have a Canadian operation, we have a South Africa, China, we have an India operation. So we have different operations around the globe that you can connect to. And again, the value of that is so that we can help. I like to tell people we're like an HOV lane, right? So you have to drive your own car, you got to pump your own gas, but you put that car on that fast lane, we just help get you there faster. When you get there, you have to open the door yourself, but we help you get there faster. And so that is the benefit of linking up with our organization across the United States or globally, wherever you are.
Good. Now, is there, for someone that says, oh gosh, there is one in my state, but not in my area, is that something that they can present to whatever the nearest one is to somehow get incorporated or, working with them?
Absolutely. We cover the whole United States, right? So you go and you might be in a rural area, you just click on it and everything happens online. You can upload your paperwork. We have webinars where we can explain it to you. Again, there are organizations out there that charge you to get certified, charge you for the process of getting certified. It could be $2,000, $3,000. We don't charge for that. We have people who will help you with the process. And so don't get caught up saying, oh, I've got to pay $3,000 to get this done. No, we will help you through the process, and there's just a small fee. Our fee is $600 starting out, and then there's a sliding fee scale depending on the volume that you have in terms of dollars. But everything is online, it's all automated, and we walk you through the process. And so no matter where you are in the United States, you're covered.
Okay. Now, I know I asked this kind of the first question, but now that everybody's heard all the things that you're doing and how you do it, et cetera, I'm going to give you an opportunity to talk again about the 2025 projects, objectives that you have coming, events, et cetera, that you have coming up. So talk again about, I think there were 3 things that you talked about were kind of big on your agenda for this year. Talk a little bit about those again and highlight how folks can get involved with that.
Yes, thank you for that. And so we have 3 big events a year, and then in between those events, there's smaller events. So I always encourage folks on Sunday night to go to our website, www.cvmsdc.org, look at our calendar, find out what's going on, because no matter where you're on the globe, you can tune in virtually to a lot of our smaller events. All right. So we have training events. We have a training event just this past week on how to do business with the North Carolina Lottery. Next week, we have one on how to do business in Tanzania. Okay. So we have a group of businesses that are going over to Tanzania to understand how to do work in that country, right? And so this is worldwide in scope. So that infomercial or webinar will be on February 3rd. So you can tune into that for free to learn about what we're doing. So the big events, Sydney, that I mentioned earlier is annual meeting will happen February 26th and 27th in Newport News, Virginia. It's open to anyone. Registration is open. You do not have to be a member of CVMSDC to join one of our events. You can attend. It's a nominal fee. We have AI training, a 4-hour workshop on how you use AI, ChatGPT, and specifically, we're going to give you a free subscription to ChatGPT, but you sit in that class for 4 hours with your computer. When you leave, you'll know how to better use that tool to grow your business, right? So that's that. And then we're talking about supply chain logistics on day 2. We have Angela Reddix, who is our keynote speaker. She's going to motivate you for the year. We're going to do a state of the council as well. Well, I'll talk about all of our business in the council, how we're doing, and how we connect nationwide. So that's the first one. The second one is BOC. That's our Business Opportunity Conference. It will happen August 3rd through 5th in beautiful Charleston, South Carolina. We'll have a golf tournament. It's a scholarship tournament, just like we're raising money here today for scholarships for youth. We'll have a scholarship golf tournament. We'll have a pitch competition for the youth. So they can go online virtually and sign up for our pitch competition and win thousands of dollars. And then we'll have different workshops. So that's the second event. And then third event will happen in December. It'll be our MBE Summit. And that's not set yet, but you just, again, go to our calendar every Sunday night. I tell people, you plan your week, right? Go on Sunday night, figure out what you're going to do for the week, and you can plug into our workshops and our seminars that are, in the most part, virtual. Okay. Thank you.
For the youth pitch contest, is that the funds or the grants for entrepreneurial startup or business activities, or for education, or what?
So if you have a business idea, or if you have an existing business, we will, you can apply to our pitch competition. You put your pitch in, you give us a business plan. And last year we had 3 winners. I think it was 3,000, 2,000, and 1,000. We give you consultation. We work with you. And we help you get certified if you want to get certified with us. And those dollars go to you directly. You can use them for your business startup. You can use it for school. We don't limit where you use the money. If you win, the money goes to you directly.
Okay, all right. And then you mentioned about the work with Tanzania.
Yes.
I met the woman who was the former ambassador, I think, for Tanzania. What a remarkable, amazing person. So, and I told her that I could tell why she was an ambassador, because she sold Tanzania as a phenomenal opportunity. So it sounds like that's going to be a great business opportunity, as well as, the country itself.
It's a 5-day business trip to Tanzania. And then for the businesses, they're going to break down and have you meet with the different government entities that are looking to buy these different products and services. And so they're looking for healthcare, they're looking for tourism specialists, they're looking for manufacturing, logistics. I would definitely tune into the webinar that's going to happen on the 3rd to learn more about that. And the trip is very reasonable. So the Institute out of North Carolina is putting on the trip. But it is, we have to think globally in terms of opportunity. And when things,
I was going to say, Africa is finally getting a good amount of attention from a business perspective. And so a lot of the countries, and therefore the markets on that continent are really starting to grow and boom. So great opportunity for folks, and especially I've heard in the manufacturing segment.
Absolutely. I was in Angola last year and we were looking at business opportunities, and it's just wide open and rich for opportunities.
Good. So we're running out of time, and I know you have a hard stop for your next thing. 2 things. What is it, if you were going to leave folks out there with kind of one thought or impression that you really wanted to make sure that they got out of your conversation today, and the things that you are promoting, for your council, what would that be?
So I would say, folks, don't go it alone, right? So your reach is as far as you can reach. If you stretch your hands out, that's as far as you can reach. But when you connect up with other organizations, with other entities that are designed to help you, you expand your reach, right? I used to wonder how Oprah and Martha Stewart got everything done. They get it done because they have the help of others, right? This is not one person trying to get all these things done. You've got a makeup team, you've got a legal team, you have a team for everything, right? And so we as individuals, when we create these businesses, we don't think about having our own team, right? Our own board of directors. And so when you link up with organizations like CVMSDC, you gain more resources, you gain access, and it helps strengthen your brand, your company to do more, right? More resources. And so I would leave with people how important it is to link up with an advocacy group, find help before you need it, make connections with people you want to do business with before you need to do it, right? And then make sure that you have a team that is helping you. Not somebody's going to say yes, yes, yes to everything that you say. You need a team that's going to challenge you, right? You need that lawyer, you need that banker, you need the accountant, you need HR, you need that team around you to help grow your business. And think, as we talked about, capacity building, right? With that team, how do I go from making 10 widgets to 50 widgets to 500 widgets when the order comes in? So that's what I would leave you with today. Thank you, Sydney.
All right. And then finally, how can folks reach out to you if they want to become a member, if they want to have more information about some of the programming that you're doing or that you're having coming up, the trips, the events, etc., or for more insight about becoming a certified business?
Yeah, absolutely. So our website, www.cvmsdc.org. Everything is there, or you can email me at info, that's info at cvmsdc.org. We are a very small and nimble organization. So I have, you can reach all of us. I'm totally accessible. I have an open door policy. So I just take appointments from people I don't even know. I will take appointments to give you information. So if you just go to our website, you'll be able to see how to make an appointment with me, and I'm here to help you.
Well, again, Ms. Milton, thank you for sharing your time this morning. And each time you come on here, everyone gets a lot out of it. I get a lot out of it. I know the folks out there who are listening get a lot out of it. So I appreciate all the info, the insight, and all the work that you're doing, for small minority-owned and women-owned businesses out there each and every day. So look forward to seeing you the next time and hearing more about what's been going on, and that the trip and work over in Tanzania as well. So
I'll send that to you, Sydney, in case you're interested. But thank you for having me. I'm always enjoy talking with you. So I will send you the information on Tanzania. I'll put it in the chat. And thank you so much for the interview this morning.
All right. Welcome. And remember, genius is common. I'll see you
on the other side. Yes, absolutely.
All right. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and for K through 12 entrepreneurs. So the expo is a fundraiser. You can go to the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use the Cash App platform with the account number $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register for these scholarships by going to that same website, blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so please donate to the fund. I also want to take time to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month. That include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, the Executive Women Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals, Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing, and working on the business is setting a strategy based on what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
I love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now, I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I said, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of the show.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses. I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were three groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those three groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
In today's world, everyone has a platform, but few have a voice that truly resonates. Standing out isn't just optional, it's imperative for survival. Through years of guiding industry leaders, I've discovered what truly sets exceptional professionals apart. Today, I'm sharing a framework that's transforming careers and opening doors to unprecedented opportunities. Your digital footprint is more than just a resume. It's your stage for thought leadership. Think of your online presence as a beacon of expertise. Every post, every comment, every share should demonstrate not just what you know, but how you think. Engage with content, speak at conferences, and let your digital authority shine. Forget collecting connections. Focus on cultivating relationships that matter. It's not about how many people you know. It's about the depth and quality of those connections. Engage in meaningful professional interactions, participate in collaborative meetings, and form strategic partnerships that can propel your career forward. Your journey is unique, and your story should be too. Share not just your successes, but your insights. Your audience craves authenticity, not perfection. Create engaging content, watch your engagement metrics rise, and see how your audience reacts to your genuine storytelling. In an era of uncertainty, trust is your greatest currency. Build it through consistency, maintain it through transparency, and grow it through results. Engage in professional interactions, hold client meetings, and celebrate successes to reinforce trust with your audience. The only constant is change. Make it your competitive advantage. Stay ahead by staying curious. Your greatest asset is your ability to adapt and grow. Embrace learning moments, develop new skills, and celebrate achievements as you evolve. These aren't just strategies, they're the building blocks of a legacy that will open doors and shape industries. In 2025's hyper-connected world, your personal brand isn't just what you project. It's the bridge between your potential and your impact. Ready to transform your professional narrative? Visit 5starbdm.com and schedule your strategy session today.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby, and I'm your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, from Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker for this session is Bree Smith. Bree is a wealth strategist who helps small business owners and high-income earners build and manage their wealth through effective financial planning. With over 7 years of experience managing finances for high earners, Bree inspires clients to build legacies, achieve dreams and their goals, and end generational poverty. Her mission is to help millions of families become wealthy and able to leave an inheritance for multiple generations. Please help me welcome to the program, Ms. Bree Smith.
Hi, thank you for having me.
How are you?
I'm doing great, and yourself?
Good, good, good. Now, everybody wants to talk about wealth and generational wealth.
Yes.
And becoming that millionaire, billionaire, et cetera, et cetera. So I know folks their ears are already perked up right now, wanting to hear every little detail of what you have to say. So I want to try and get into it as quickly as possible. But first, before we do that, tell folks a little bit about your background and how did you get into financial planning, et cetera.
Yes, so a little bit about me. My why is always going to be my oldest daughter. I had her as a teenager in high school, so during my senior year, and I decided that, hey, it's not her fault. I'm her mama, and I still was going to give her a great life despite the circumstances she was coming in on. And so I had to know, how do you become wealthy? How does Warren Buffett make his money? Bill Gates of this world, like, how do they become the richest people in the world? And so I just started studying millionaires and billionaires. And then I also asked, I was like, who helps those people, become wealthy? And so I was told an accountant. And so that's where I went. And then I decided when I got in college, I found out about personal financial planning when I took a course, and I said, oh, this is really the good stuff. And so I double majored. And so I started off with an accounting, going the accounting route as far as employment goes. But there's just been so much love that I have for financial planning. And so I created my firm 6 years ago now to be able to service both the individual and the business owner. So I help with figuring out, how do you scale and grow your business sustainably and being able to read your numbers, because your financial statements tell their own story. And then also on the personal side, because however you handle your personal finances is how you're going to handle your business finances. And so on the personal side, being able to talk to those people about how do you build wealth? What does that look like? What is a budget? How do I create this for myself? Like, what are the foundational steps, and how do I then grow from there to be able to invest so that I have the ability to retire within 5 to 10 years instead of slaving away at a job for the rest of my life for several decades? I don't want to retire with bad knees and a bad back and can't even enjoy my vacation. I instead want to be able to enjoy life and have that option earlier. So that was my passion.
Okay. Well, talk a little bit, because you, as you get into that, you mentioned about, well, however you manage your personal is how you're going to manage your business. Talk a little bit about the mindset shift that you find most individuals need to take or make to be able to really be on the right path for creating wealth and sustainable wealth.
So to really be on the right path to create and sustain wealth, I think that first you need to realize that you can. I think there's a lot of people that first just think that they're limited, that there's this glass ceiling that they can't break through. They think that because of their circumstances they may have came from, or the family they come from, whatever life has given them, that this is the hand they're dealt and there's no getting out of that. Whether it's, I don't know anyone that looks like me, or I don't have anyone in my family that's done this, so I can't, right? And so people have to be willing to be the first. They have to be willing to be the first millionaire, willing to be the first billionaire, willing to create the path forward. And that takes grit, that takes discipline, that takes dedication to it, and unwavering perseverance. So I think that they just have to get that goal in mind and be willing to go after it no matter what, because there's generations that are depending on them to do so.
What is the most common mistake you see in working with folks that they make, personally or on the business side, that kind of handcuffs them, or provides or presents an obstacle for them, from your experience?
I think the golden handcuffs are the job. And so I'm not saying everyone's meant to be an entrepreneur, but everyone has to invest. And so that makes you some kind of business owner. Honestly, I mean, if you invest in the stock market, you're now a partial owner of that business. If you invest in real estate, you now have rental properties. That's a business. So any kind of investment, you're really looking at being a business owner if you're investing in yourself as your own business. I mean, there's just creative ways to be a business owner, right? Everyone's not meant to be CEO, but everyone is meant to invest if they want to have wealth. And so I think that is the main thing that they need to be able to realize is, okay, is this job really giving me what I want? I've had a conversation with people where they're like, I'm just waiting. I'm hoping I can get a raise of 20 cents. If I can just get 20 more cents, or if I can just get $1, that adds up. And that could be an extra $1,000 a year. If I get an extra 20 cents an hour, $1 an hour, that will add up. And that may be extra $1,000 a year. And I'm like, are you serious right now? And then after taxes, it's not even $1,000. Like, there's a completely different mindset when you're an employee versus a business owner. It's like, I'm gonna go get a client and I can go ahead and get $3,000 from this client if I serve them with excellence. Or I can go get me 3 $500 clients this week. But some people are stuck in the handcuffs of a job and they're like, I could just get 20 more cents. I can multiply that 20 cents and I get $1,000 more this year. Like, that does nothing for your life. That does nothing to shift your trajectory or what you're able to do. Like, nothing.
Right. It's the life-changing money versus the kind of subsistence living example. That the two things. One is the trading time for money. Okay, let me just keep trading time for money. The 20 cents more per, yes. Or the other is, the number of people who will focus on saving a few pennies versus, spending that same amount of time to go earn some more dollars. I mean, there is a point where you can't save your way into wealth.
Yes.
You have to go do some things to generate, income, wealth, etc. And having people see that, I think, is sometimes a struggle. I know from a consulting perspective on the business side, it's like, look, I could go save you another 10%, but 10% of your $1,000 of cost isn't going to make you wealthy. It's, how do we generate some top line revenue?
Yes. Yes.
So talk a little bit about the clients, like your typical ideal target client that you like to work with, and talk about that on the individual side and talk about that on the business side as well.
Yeah, so on the individual side, I love being able to help parents of faith because I do involve faith inside of what I teach about on the financial planning side. So I do help parents to be able to create generational wealth. I'm looking for people more so mindset. So just having that mindset that they're willing to do the work to be the first millionaire. They're willing to do the work to try to become the first billionaire in their family. They're willing to do the work to create generational wealth that doesn't just help the generations that they will live to see, but the ones that are coming far after that for 100, 200 plus years from now. So someone that just has that vision that they're going to be the catalyst of change for their family tree, like that says, hey, the struggle ends with me. No one with a drop of my blood in their body is ever going to struggle with money ever again. Those are my people because that is my mission for my own family. On the business owner side, I love working with people that are trying to make a impact in their community, not necessarily nonprofits. I'm a for-profit girly, but just being able to make an impact, make a change, trying to maybe treat their employees very well. I like people that treat their employees well and not just try and squeeze out every last penny from them. I love to work with real estate investors, though I love real estate. I feel like it's the greatest way to build wealth. So I love doing real estate tax returns and preparations. And also just those that have really big, on both sides, really big, audacious goals, like stuff that you haven't heard of, the stuff that they're scared to say. I want them to bring me the scary big dreams that everyone else may look at them like, you're crazy. That will never happen for you. No, I'm going to hype you up. You can do it. You will do it. And I want to help you get there and create a plan to do so. So those are my people.
Okay. Talk a little bit about then, and I know everyone and every situation is different. So I don't mean to, kind of compartmentalize here when I ask this question, but are there certain strategies, approaches to financial wealth and generational wealth that you like to take as an approach, that you find are more effective or impactful than others?
Yes. So my approach is custom. I honestly think that, we all have different dreams. We all have different personality types, different relationships with money. We all have a different background. And so I think that all needs to be taken into consideration. I think that there's no cookie cutter way to build wealth. I think that what works for you, Sydney, may not work for Bree. And what works for Bree may not work for you. And so I've never been one that says, hey, do it my way or the highway, or no highway option. Like, that's not my take. I think that I love to take the individual into consideration and say, okay, well, what are your dreams and your goals? And what really works better for your personality type? Like when I even go about paying off debt, I talk to them and I see, okay, do we need to get psychological wins by paying off the smallest first? Are you a logical person where it's like, I just want to pay the least amount of interest as possible? Or do you need to pay off the debt that pisses you off the most first? Because if you don't pay that one off, nothing's getting paid off. Maybe it's from that ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend. I don't know the situation, ex-relationship, and you're just like, but they put that car in my name and they wrecked it and now it's ruining my credit. And like, you don't want to do anything about it. It's like, you might want to get that one out the way first, because if you don't, you won't make any progress, or it's just going to linger forever. So like, we just may need to bite that off and get rid of it. And so, while you're in the right mindset. So it's just about figuring out what works for each individual. Some people may be like, that's silly. I don't need to pay off. I don't have a debt that makes me angry the most or whatever. I just want to pay the least amount of interest as possible. And other people are like, Bree, I need some small wins, because if I don't get some small wins, I'm not doing none of this. This thing, I'm going to give up. So it's just whatever works.
So you talked about your work with small businesses, et cetera. And one of the things in my consulting coaching practice, I am amazed at, shocked at, and dismayed by is how many businesses out there don't keep financial reports, or have an accountant who creates a financial report for them and they never look at it because they're fearful of it, yada, 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 yada. Talk about the power and impact of good record keeping, documentation, financial reporting, bookkeeping procedures in being able to not only manage your finances for your business, but then to also grow grow wealth, from your finances, from your business.
That is so important. And I mean, and unfortunately, it's like, it's not just a certain group. I've met people that's been in business for over 10 years that don't have their books in order, haven't looked at them. I have met people that are just getting started that are like, hey, I know I need to get you in place. And it's like, ma'am, you're not even ready for me. But yes, I'm happy that you're here now. I can at least get you set up and give you what you need to get on the right path, right? So I feel like it's really important. I love those people that come to me first and they're like, let me get this set up the right way. And I can be like, okay, this is what the process looks like. And this is what plan you should be on. It makes such a huge difference because your statements tell a story.
and the lack thereof also tells a story. So whenever you're looking for capital, if you're looking for anyone to invest in your business, whether it's a family member, yourself, or others, if you're looking for the bank to lend you money so that you have the capital to do what you need to do in your business to grow, if you're looking for any sort of influx, you need to know what your numbers are. If you're looking to make any strategic decision in your business, you need to have your numbers ready. And so not just summarized information, but detailed so that you can make decisions. So for example, when I work with therapists, we actually detail out the income streams by insurance company. Which insurance company is paying you the most? Because maybe it may be advantageous for you not to renew certain contracts. If say one insurance company is trying to lowball you and say, I only want to pay you $50 each time you meet with someone, while the others are paying you $130, and you see that they only bring in like 2% of your revenue, you can just let go of that contract and say, hey, you guys, y'all have to switch insurance providers or, self-pay because I can't work with this insurance provider or whatever the case may be. But if you don't have that information, you can't make that decision and you don't know who's paying you the most or the least. Because if that's 80% of your revenue, even though it's at $50 a session, you may need to hold on to that and then create a plan to shift and change. So I think that, when it comes to making decisions, when it comes to being able to know how much can I pay myself, how can I build wealth on the other side to have additional investments that bring me money so I don't have to work for every single dollar that comes in. How do I generate that passive income? You got to know what's going on in your business income. You got to make sure that you're not paying yourself so much that then you don't have enough to pay your tax bill at the end of the year. And now you're, scrambling to come up with tens of thousands of dollars to pay Uncle Sam because you decided to use every last penny of your profit because you thought it was all yours and it wasn't. So, I mean, it's just, there's so many pitfalls people can go into by not having that financial data in order.
Well, you mentioned Uncle Sam, so let's go there. Talk about some simple overlooked tax strategies that you talk to people about that you feel if more people were doing it, they'd be in a better position. They'd have more money going in their pocket. They'd be in a stronger, long-term, sustainable, financial growth position.
So I think, especially if I'm dealing with home-based businesses, then I want you to look at your auto. Like, what are you spending for your vehicle? Like, you're most likely driving it somewhere to meet with some clients. Even if you're mostly virtual, you still may be going to events, networking events, things to grow your business and things of that nature. So what are some ways that we can make some personal expenses, business expenses that are now tax deductible and a write-off? That's with your automobile, like being able to take that depreciation on that vehicle, the interest that you've paid on that loan, the mileage that you're doing there, like gas, any repairs you made to the vehicle, a percentage of all of that can then be deducted on the business side that can help you to lower your tax liability. Anytime we're getting into depreciation, it's a fun thing to do. Home office expense, being able to know that, hey, maybe you don't want to jump to an S corp before it's your time because that home office expense goes away unless you have a creative way of keeping it, which I can talk to them about. But when you have that, you then get to say my water, my electric, my internet, any repairs when the plumber had to come over, anything that is house related, if you track it so that you can then deduct it as a percentage of your expenses. So, or if you're renting, even being able to at least take a percentage of your rent and things of that nature. So being able to track all of those personal expenses with a vengeance, the same way that you need to be tracking all of your business expenses, will also allow you to have more tax deductions and be able to see how more personal expenses can be business expenses that you can deduct.
All right. Keeping on that track, talk about maybe from a metric standpoint, what are the key business metrics, financial metrics that a business should be focused on, because lenders are focused on it. And you and I both know how many businesses fail just based on poor cash flow, poor access to capital, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the things we often see is, hey, they don't think about managing their finances until they start saying, I need a loan or I need to go, get some capital to do this next thing, et cetera, et cetera. So what are some of those metrics that you find lenders look at, investors look at, that businesses need to be more hyper vigilant about, paying attention to on a routine, regular basis?
So I would think a common denominator is starting with profitability. Like you said, poor cash flow. What are investors looking at? If you watch Shark Tank, what are they asking you? How much do you sell this product for? How much are you, how much does it cost for you to acquire your client? What does that look like? So they're trying to figure out your profitability. They're trying to see what is your retention rate with your clients. So how often do you need to be spending those ad dollars? So they're looking at all of these things to try to create a cash flow during those conversations. And so profitability is what it boils down to. How much money are you able to create after all expenses? And how much are you actually leaving in the business? So we're looking at now reserves. What are you having in your reserves? Do you have some kind of emergency fund? What is your roadway, so to speak? Do you have a 3-month roadway that you have 3 months before you're starting to miss payments, or you need someone to influx capital if no more revenue comes in? Do you have a year? So that's really telling the health of your business. If you're looking at profitability and it's only $5,000, well, you can't live off of that because your profitability is not including owner's pay. So owner's pay is not on that profit and loss. That goes on your balance sheet, which most people don't realize. So they have to see, okay, well, how much are you actually having to live off of? Does this require you to then go get another job? Because if so, then you don't actually have the time and effort and energy that the business requires. It's like a newborn baby. It's around the clock care until it gets to where you need it to be feeding you. And so I think that those are the things that they're really looking at is first profitability. That is going to make the hugest difference. You just see people and just overall sales revenue. How much are you bringing in? Are you bringing in 5,000? Are you bringing in 100,000? Are you bringing in 1 million? Over what time period? So it's looking at what is that big revenue number, but also how much of it are you able to keep? So that's looking at your efficiency of your business and how much do you have to then live off of, and also keeping reserves to keep feeding the company to grow it to where it needs to be.
All right. Let's stay on that track because I do a workshop where I talk about overcoming funding obstacles, which also gets into some interesting conversations with folks. But talk about the simple steps that business owners should be taking to make sure they're funding ready.
The simple steps: do your taxes. Do your bookkeeping. I mean, that's the first step, right? You need to make sure that your books are in order. And with bookkeeping software, sometimes people come to me. I've had clients come to me and they're like, oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have any bookkeeping software. And I'm like, are you up to date on your taxes? And they're like, yes. I'm like, how? You're not keeping track of anything. So what are you supplying your past, tax preparer most likely with? Because I feel like any good CPA is going to tell you, get bookkeeping software. You need to get this in order. You need to be tracking your income and your expenses. So what are you providing them with? Because it's not a profit and loss or a balance sheet. So a lot of them are providing people with bank statements or guesstimates and just throwing stuff up there, unfortunately. And so while, we're not meant to be auditors doing taxes, we still need to make sure that what we have is truthful and accurate to the best that we can. And so that's what the bookkeeping software does. Make sure that you're just organizing how money comes in and how it goes out. That's just simply saying, like, you already spent it. Let's just say where it went.
So what, because you've heard these comments probably a million times, similar with me, that what folks are thinking right now, some folks, not all, some folks are thinking right now is, well, I'd love to do all that, but I don't have the money for whatever, a bookkeeper, the software, Talk about your response to someone when they say something like that.
The cheapest plan for QuickBooks is $35 a month. If you don't have $35 a month, get out of business. And I'm sorry. It's just, sometimes I just have to be straightforward with you because It's just like, if you can't come up with $35 a month, you need to get out of business. You're not ready to be a business owner. Go work that job. And if you're working a job,
you should be able to invest $35 a month in yourself for your business to get where it needs to be and to properly track income and expenses, because you're going to spend money on something. You're going to spend money on a website, or you're going to spend a lot of time and energy on it. You're going to spend money on logos or your business cards. You're going to spend money. If you don't have $35 a month, then I can't help you. And there may be a $20 a month option. Like, there is some software. I used to always recommend Wave. It used to be free. And they still do have a free version. And that's something better than nothing. Does it require more legwork? Yes. But does it give you the most detailed and beautiful reports? No. But is it better than nothing? Absolutely. So there's always.
Does it meet the need that you have right now? If you're that small, in your revenue, again, you probably don't have a ton of transactions. You should be able to do this.
Yes.
Right.
So it's better than nothing. And I just say you have to start somewhere. But if you're not willing to do that, if you're going to take the lazy approach, if you're not going to be creative to do that, then you're not meant to be an entrepreneur, because entrepreneurs have to be creative. We have to be problem solvers. We have to find a way to make things happen and not make excuses about why we can't do something.
I think also, what I hear a lot, and maybe you hear the same, I would expect you hear the same thing or similar things. Everybody thinks that, well, when I get bigger, I'll put those things in place. It's like, you don't get bigger.
Yes.
It's like, this is not how the world works. It's not how business works. You're not going to get bigger if you don't do these things, if you don't have this process, etc. So talk about your experiences relative to that in this space.
So a lot of times what I'll see is that people are struggling, the ones that don't have those things together. And even if they're not, I've seen multiple hundreds of $1,000 businesses, multi-million-dollar businesses struggle. Why is that? They're not properly tracking their finances. They're not making decisions based on the data. They're going off of their emotions, their hustle, their grit, their whatever, their intuition. And sometimes your intuition is off and it needs some data to get it on track. And so I think that you just have to, because you're really not going to get bigger without it. You do have a ceiling. There's a ceiling for how far you can go with a financial mess, how far you can go with disorganization in your finances. There's just certain things you cannot do. You will not become $1 billion company with a messy financials or without taking care of that. You will not. And you're not going to be able to get there because there's going to be things like tax liabilities. If you don't file your taxes, the IRS is then going to guess how much they think you owe them. And you do not want them guessing for you. You do not want them guessing how much you owe them. They'll say, a business that's been around for your amount of time in your industry should be making about this much. Haven't heard anything from you. How about $100,000 for tax liability? I think that sounds good. Let's get that over. And I literally see these things happen where I've had people that haven't even made $20,000 and they're getting a letter from the IRS asking for $20,000 in tax liability saying, you haven't filed your taxes. I think you may owe me about $23,000 and interest is accruing daily. Don't wait for the next notice, And that's when people finally come to me. They come to me after they're getting these scary notices and they're like, Bree, $20,000? My business isn't even doing that. This is like a hobby, or, we were just doing this for fun. I barely, I'm making ends meet with my job. I still have to work. And I'm like, okay, calm down. It's all right. All we have to do is actually file the return, or they will file their personal return on their own on TurboTax or something and don't include anything for the business.
Right.
No, ma'am, no, sir. You can't do that. So I think it's just a miseducation. They don't know what they don't know. And these things aren't taught to them. So I understand, but you have to put in the work and don't always just rely on YouTube and TikTok for all of your financial information. You need to talk to someone with credentials that understands everything, because like I'll tell my clients, I had to tell someone yesterday, they said, well, why is there such a big difference in the prices that you're charging versus this other tax preparer? I said, I don't know that tax preparer. I said, but you can become a tax preparer right now. So can you, Sydney. It's $20 to get a PTIN from the IRS. So all of us can just wave our shingle. We could go pay $20 and now say that we're tax preparers. Right. So do you want, and I'm like, do you want someone that's like you that can do your taxes? You have good business sense, but there's other people that don't really understand these things and just because you have good business sense doesn't mean that you understand all the nuances of accounting.
Yeah,
and so
it's the focus on the price versus the service and the value that look, what is it they're going to do for you, and does that solve the problem that you have or provide the benefit that you want? And if it doesn't, then it doesn't matter how cheap it is. And if you don't know what you need, then getting the cheapest one, it's like, if I don't know where I'm going, any road gets me there. So it's the same thing with when I'm picking a service, and I see that in mind when I'm working with folks on growth. It's like you're paying for something, but you don't understand what you're really getting or how it really impacts your business, and so you're just throwing good money down the drain. So.
Yes, definitely, and that's what I told you.
Talk a little bit about it, and we're running kind of out of time, so I'm going to sneak in a couple questions here. But talk about, for those who keep getting denied for funds, for loans, maybe even for grants. Grants are a separate piece, though. So let's just talk about loans and funding. For those who keep getting denied, what's the best strategy, best advice you can provide for them that might change their situation or change their outcome?
You need to increase your cash flow. Majority of the time is that the banks don't feel like you have a healthy business. Well, what is a healthy business? How do I become a healthy business? Well, you need to increase cash flow. One of the first things you need to do is sell. You need to bring in the money. And then you need to keep your expenses low while doing that, as low as possible. So it's about being able to bring in hundreds of thousands of dollars, or if tens of thousands of dollars. Maybe you bring in 100,000, but if you only spend 20,000, the bank is going to want to give you a loan over the person that makes $4 million and spends $5 million. They're going to want to give that person that has an $80,000 cash flow, positive cash flow, and also has an 80% profit margin, more money, or at least some money. Well, it's going to be more because they want to give them some, and they want to give the person that's in the hole $1 million a year nothing. They're like, oh no, you are going down and going down fast. We are not going to get repaid by you. No, thank you. And so they're looking at how efficiently do you run this business? How healthy is this business? How likely is it that I'm going to get my money back plus the interest? And sometimes it's just like, even before I could look at plus the interest, you can't even afford to pay me back what you're asking for right now. I need something to feel like I can trust you with this.
Right.
And there's situations, of course, there's situations where, you're in the hole $1 million, but that's because you're trying to operate off of cash and you brought a lot of assets that are going to generate even more revenue that's going to get you to 10 million. You're just in a little, stronghold right now. You should have came to us for a loan instead. If you would have came for a loan instead to cash flow these instead of pay all cash, then maybe you would have had more profit margin. So, I mean, there's always a caveat, right? But if you're just spending recklessly, they can tell, and they do not want to give you a loan.
Right. Question about, because obviously a Black audience that we have here, talk about, for Black business owners, some things that they can do to take advantage of federal programs, grants, funding opportunities, etc.
I think it's really important to go out there and get SWAM certified. Make sure you get all your certifications in place, and then make sure that you also maybe consult with someone. I've consulted with people that specifically work on getting money or contracts with the federal government. If you don't know how to do something, go learn how to do something, or hire a trained professional in that space. Person I hired in that space, they worked for the federal government doing that, giving those contracts out for, well over a decade, almost 2 decades. So that's a lot of hands-on knowledge and experience, so that he could really walk me through that. So you need to find someone that's going to be able to help walk you through what you do not understand. Be willing to invest in yourself for those services. Everything, when we become entrepreneurs, a lot of times we think we have to do everything ourselves. The best thing that I ever did for my business is create a team. And a team does not mean that they all have to be employees, but creating a team that you can rely on, that helps you in one regard or another, or wherever your weak spot is, so that they can fill in that gap. Where you're weak, they're strong. Where they're weak, you may be strong. Like me and my clients, we use each other for a lot of things. I do their taxes. They do my videography and photography. They do it way better than I could. So I just look at those things of creating a team and make sure that you get the information that you need to be able to succeed in that area. I'm not the expert when it comes to government contracts, but I know one. And so that's who I would always refer to for that. But what I have learned in that space, get SWAM certified, know how to write your capability statements. It's very easy. When I came to my appointment, I said, hey, is this how you do it? I did a Google search. The government actually has it right out there on their website. And they're like, man, it took me years to learn how to do this. And they just got it out here. He was like, yep, that's it. So, do some research and then take it to the trusted person and be like, is this it? Or are they looking for a little bit more? And then go about doing it the right way, filling in the blanks. Make sure you get registered on sam.gov. And the other sites, they have state and local sites as well that you can get registered with to get state and local contracts too with the city.
Okay. Last question. For those who are out there listening to this, etc., if you were going to give kind of one piece of advice to make sure that they were ready for the opportunity when it knocks on their door, from a financial standpoint and a building wealth perspective, what is the first thing they should do, or what's the most important thing they should do?
Know your numbers.
Yeah. My phrase is know your numbers to grow your numbers.
Yes, I love that.
Know your numbers to grow your numbers. So,
yes.
Do you ever do workshops?
I do. I love to do a lot locally. And then I also do some online as well, virtually. So I do love to do workshops. I just did a bookkeeping brunch last weekend and it was awesome.
Oh, that would be interesting. Did people have to bring in their reports or numbers, or you were helping them create them, or what?
I helped them create them. So it was a 4-hour workshop. They brought their laptops, all their digital bank statements, and we just went over the entire process, how to categorize, how to reconcile, how to produce your financial statements, how to read your financial statements, how to pay yourself as a business owner. What does it look like if you're a Schedule C versus an S Corp? What impact could that make on your tax liability? Maybe when is that breaking point? Also, what business bank accounts should you look at and be able to have that set up as well? So it was just a power time. I loved it. And I just poured in everything that I felt like they needed to know for their financial foundation. Even though it was a bookkeeping brunch, I still went over business bank accounts to make sure they had that set up as the right foundation, which ones they were with. You don't have to pay fees just because of that. We went over the bookkeeping piece, but also how to pay yourself. Like, what are the main things that I see as struggles for small business owners? And I feel like those are the top 3.
Good. All right. How can people reach you when they have questions about their own finances, or when they want to use you for helping create their finances, or growing their wealth, or consulting with them on what they should be doing differently, et cetera? What's the best way for them to reach out and connect with you?
So the best way is to email me at info@bdsmithfinancial.com, info@bdsmithfinancial.com. But I'm also on social media as Bree Smith CPA. So if you're on Instagram or LinkedIn, Facebook, just look at Bree Smith CPA, or message me Bree Smith CPA on LinkedIn.
Well, Ms. Smith, it was very, very enlightening. Appreciate all of your insights. I know the folks out there got a wealth of info, and in a very entertaining way. So appreciate your time on the program, and look forward to seeing and speaking with you again. And I may reach out for doing some workshops with you around that knowing your numbers, growing your numbers kind of stuff. So
I would love that.
Yeah. I think it would be fun. For me, at least, it would be fun for me to do with you, because I like the approach, and it's aligned with some things that I do as well. So we look forward to it. I'll reach out. And for those who are listening, reach out, talk with her, get some insight and advice on, 1, setting up your financial reports, 2, how to understand them, how to analyze them, how to evaluate them. It is not that difficult. And I know numbers scare people a lot, but when you work with someone like Bree, you'll find that it's they have a way of explaining it to you so that it's very foundational and fundamental, and much easier then to take action going forward. So please reach out to her. And until the next time, But remember, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side. Uh-oh. The Black Business Expo.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there. Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students, who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
In today's competitive market, standing out is essential. 5-Star BDM, led by visionary Grant McGaw, offers the key to unlocking your brand's true potential. With innovative strategies and a passion for empowering businesses, 5-Star BDM is transforming personal branding and business development, moving brands from merely competing to dominating. At 5-Star BDM, we revolutionize personal branding by crafting authentic identities that enhance visibility and influence. Our Brave Blueprint drives measurable results, ensuring a return on investment through tailored strategies. By integrating artificial intelligence and advanced methodologies, we provide your business with a competitive edge in the digital age. Grant McGaw brings over 20 years of leadership experience with Fortune 500 companies. Named a top 10 global thought leader in personal branding, Grant's achievements include the 2024 Best Personal Brand Development Podcast for Follow the Brand. His philosophy, integrity doesn't have a price tag, is the foundation of 5-Star BDM. Partnering with 5-Star BDM means embarking on a transformative journey. We begin with discovery, analyzing your brand's DNA. Using the Brave Blueprint, we develop a strategy tailored to your goals. Our support continues through implementation, training, and ensuring long-term success with AI-driven insights and real-time adjustments. Our impact is evident. A healthcare tech firm experienced a 300% boost in brand recognition and 75% sales growth in 6 months. Entrepreneurs report increased customer retention and new revenue streams. Diverse companies like Black Business Expo USA and Akaba World Network have become industry leaders through our guidance. Join the movement and elevate your brand.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do. Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sydney Wormsby, and I'm your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, from North Carolina, from London, from Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker today is going to be Miss Felicia Ward. And if you would help me welcome Miss Ward to the program so that we can get some information about her background, do a fireside chat with her to allow her to be able to give some insights for you that are going to benefit you in your business programs out there. So please welcome Ms. Felicia Ward. I think you might still be muted. There we go.
Hi, Sydney. Thank you so much for having me.
How are you today?
I am great. I'm really happy to be here on this platform. I love the Black Business Network and supporting Black businesses.
As we get some of the technical difficulties ironed out, again, what we'll be doing with Ms. Ward is holding a fireside chat with her to be able to get some insights about her background, things that she's done within the media space, advice that she has or insights that she has for you as business owners out there or entrepreneurial minded folks about how you can impact your world and your business. You're back?
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021?
And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come to.
Welcome back, Miss Ward.
Hi, thank you, Sydney, so much for having me back. Appreciate that.
Welcome back. How are you?
I'm great. Yourself? Happy New Year.
So we'll do a bit of the intro for Miss Ward. She's a results-oriented marketing communications strategist who brings over 30 years of professional expertise to her self-named firm, Felicia Ward Marketing. Felicia Ward Marketing specializes in helping C-suite executives and entrepreneurs craft their signature marketing strategies that attract, convert clients by building brand equity and providing and adding value and demonstrating thought leadership. So welcome to the program. Look forward to having a conversation with you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy.
A little bit about how you kind of got intrigued by marketing and into the marketing space.
Well, I was always very observant, and one of the things I like is interaction of watching. I'm a marketing strategist, so what I specialize in is not telling people what things are happening, but watching what people are doing right now. So observing people in shopping centers and being a fly on the wall at parties and things of that nature. See how watching people interact with businesses, marketing, advertising, and seeing their reactions and understanding that there's a language, unwritten language that's being spoken, and how to interact with people to optimize the best interactions that you can have with people so they can have a great client experience. So that's a little bit about how I kind of got involved with marketing from the beginning. I was just really intrigued by that. And I started from there and just went on to market research. I worked at Nito Porter Novelli and worked at one of the largest advertising agencies at the time that specialized in the SOMARK campaign, International Birth Control Campaign. And I learned that the foundation to all marketing is research, researching who your target market is, your ideal customer, and giving them what they want and making sure you're staying ahead of the trends to find out what they need next. I'm having trouble hearing just a little bit. So one of the things that I love to do is, in terms of marketing, getting into strategy, that one of the things that you find out in business is that when you have a business, that you're in a different spectrum. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. I am so happy to be here. I'm honored to be here. I'm just happy to be in a space where Black businesses are uplifted. Today, I want to talk about championing change, and that how do you champion change? There's 3 pillars: thought leadership, allyship, and also advocacy. And so one of the things I wanted to first talk about is that I'm passionate about championing change in that space, because leadership, advocacy, and allyship actually form a very powerful framework when they're utilized together. And today I want to talk about how we as leaders can actually be architects to help uplift our communities, our businesses, by embracing the three pillars of thought leadership, advocacy, and allyship. We're living in unprecedented times where, whether it's navigating global challenges or societal changes and shifts, there's a rapid change underway with technological innovation that we are being called to lead differently. Traditional leadership focused in on hierarchy and control. Today, leaders that are successful are looking to become transformative leaders. And how do they do that? They do that by being great listeners. They do that by collaborating, and they lead with empathy. And by leading with empathy and also being sincere and authentic as to who they are, you have to have what I call a compelling vision. Thought leaders don't have all the answers. That's not where you go with this. If you're a thought leader, the purpose of being a thought leader and what drives you is that you're helping drive innovation. You're helping drive change for everyone. You're particularly looking at a vision that embraces inclusivity for everyone, empowering everyone. And what that does is it helps uplift everyone. So I want to talk a little bit about ice cream, believe it or not. Ice cream is something that everyone loves, but not everyone loves ice cream. But if you look at ice cream, it's a great representation of what happens when you're a child, you're carefree, and you're playing with children. You think of children automatically in your childhood. But one of the great things about ice cream, it equalizes the playing field. It allows others to participate. But in order to eat ice cream, you have to have a conversation about psychological safety, clean water. You have to talk about food, clothing, and shelter. You can only enjoy ice cream when you're in a safe environment, when you are plentiful. It takes a moment away from the drudgery of the day. And true leaders are able to help transform what you currently are living in. Your current situation is not your destination. That is what I want to communicate today, is that when you're looking at today's society, and I want to give for an example of this is Ben & Jerry's ice cream. In light of all the political mishaps that are happening within the world and the disruption, you have people like Ben & Jerry's who step forward to help reposition themselves, realign themselves, and recommit themselves to their core values. Their core values are that we are an advocacy company. They're not just an ice cream company. That is an excellent example of thought leadership, advocacy, and allyship. And doing so and reaffirming to people, they're inviting people to the table. Great leaders invite other people to the table because they cannot do it alone. In leadership, collaborating with other people and sending an invitation to everyone to let's reimagine what our current situation can be. Let's talk about the future. The vision is toward the future. If you look at ice cream, if you work a hard day, ice cream is a treat. Ice cream is a reward for doing something great. Ice cream brings everyone together. Ben & Jerry's was able to combine an advocacy and activist company as their mainline foundational core belief with ice cream, something that everyone loves. It's an amalgamation of how powerful thought leadership, advocacy, and allyship can be. We have to be, as leaders, you cannot be afraid to step out. You cannot be afraid to speak up and uplift other people. But you also need to be able to have humility and to lead with that empathy so that you're understanding to learn about others. And as I said, we can't do this alone. We can't be leaders in a vacuum. You have to have leadership and look around the community and see what the community needs. But you have to ask questions. You have to be eternally curious about how other people perceive their environment. The environment in which we live can always be better. Leaders always look to the vision of how that future is going to look for everyone. To be able to see that and be able to impart people to get to the point where they feel that they are impassioned, that they feel that it's a compelling vision, that they can see it too. Your job as a leader is to get others to see the future as one, to see a better future for everyone, and to leave no one behind. Now, as a thought leader, you should be looking at the trends. You should be looking at how you can amend what you currently do and refine and make it better. And how do you do that? By getting different perspectives, and the differences in perspective will give you a prism. That prism is a beautiful way to look at the outlook of the future. Now, I want to talk about advocacy. Advocacy is how you build bridges. Advocacy allows people to take the next step. So it's more about action. Advocacy equals action. I can't just support a Black business and say I like Black businesses. As a leader, you want to support them. Always think about ways of how you can support someone. It's not always monetary. Advocates take that next step. So mentorship and advocacy are two different things. Mentorship will help give you the tools and help train you and give you best practices and leadership development. Advocacy is when I speak about you in rooms that you're not in, when I speak about your business to others, when I refer business to you, when I promote your business in different spaces, when I purchase from your business, when I go on social media and I like the posts that you have, when I attend the events that you have, when I promote your business to other people, and I make a space to make sure that another person behind me gets to step into my space. Sometimes relinquishing your power is being a really good advocate. And in advocacy and taking that action step, you have to be more than just words. You have to put action behind your impact. Your impact should be that the future is ours. The future is not mine. The future is ours. And the only way we can all go into the future and work together is if we pull people behind us, beside us, in front of us, and work together. In advocacy, you envision, you take from envisioning, which is the thought leadership, to action. What is the action plan? What are you doing in your communities? What are you doing in your business to advocate for other people? If you support as part of your core beliefs, it always goes back to your core beliefs. And are you actually in alignment with your core beliefs as to what you say that you do and delivering that promise of what you speak? The delivery of what you speak is the advocacy. Then third, I want to talk about allyship. Allyship is when you're in a position of power and you decide to relinquish a space of your power to someone else, to give to someone else who has historically been held behind, historically been repressed. If you're in a position to help another female business owner, an African American male business owner, people of color, someone who has a handicap, if you have that position and you look at the table that you're sitting at, if you have worked hard to get to that table, look around the table. My job as a principal strategist of Felicia Worth Marketing, my core belief is to disrupt the homogenous society that we have that's not working in business. I'm looking to work with purpose-driven, transformative leaders who are looking for a next venture. Their next venture, they envision, they take action, and then they support other people. That is the definition of servant leadership. And in allyship, just because a person is of color does not mean you cannot be an ally to someone else. If you are in a disenfranchised community, you still can help other people. That's how we lift one another up. When you combine all that you have to help someone else, that is allyship. When you recommend someone else, that's allyship. When you stand with others, when you do not have to stand with other people because you are empowered. The power that has been gifted to you is not meant just for you. It is meant to be shared. The knowledge that we have, the wisdom that we have is to be shared with other people. So when you combine the three actual individual pillars of thought leadership, having a vision and speaking about that vision and inspiring others to take action, that is thought leadership. But when you have the advocacy and you take that action step and you create that plan, that's the next step. And the final step is allyship. Who can we look upon? Who can we rely upon? Who can we call for help who already is empowered? Empowered people are not afraid to lend their power to others. Empowered people that are already enriched, they look to enrich others. When you combine those three and you have a fantastic, powerful framework, that is how you champion change. So I encourage everyone to not look around, and in light of Martin Luther King Day and other famous leaders who have come before us, think about how they were just mere people, but they stepped out. You can't wait around for the next Martin Luther King. Everyone here is empowered to have some sort of impact and change on the lives of others. You are the change that we seek. You have to look at the man in the mirror, as Michael Jackson said, and try to provide thought leadership with people who do not have the knowledge that you have, who do not have the perspective that you have. Come to the table and come humbly to the table to help learn how you can help them, to help find out what their pain points are, what their challenges are, so that you become educated in their plight and more knowledgeable on how you can help and be a servant leader. And when it comes to advocacy, you want to be able to lean forward and say, here's a plan of action. This is what we can do. While we're on a call, have 100 people register to vote. When you're out in a community and people are selling candies and people are homeless, buy their candy. When you are in a position where you are in a place to help advocate for others, try to take that next action step. If you don't have money, provide time, donate hours, donate your knowledge, donate your time. Time and money are two constructs, but they are helpful in different ways and always will be welcomed. And finally, when it comes to allyship, you have to look around and see who else might have the same alignment of core values. When you can align with another larger entity, another more empowered person, you are only going to elevate your cause. You're going to lean forward in what it is that you do. And that collaboration is what we need more of in our community. The dancing, the culture that we have a beautiful culture, but being a person of African-American descent is not just about music and dancing. We have to make sure that we take it to the next level, that we have businesses, that we have a robust and holistic community. And in our holistic community, we have to make sure that it's like ice cream. We have clean water, clean air. We have psychological safety, emotional safety. We have education. We have healthcare. We have access to technology. We have financial literacy. These are all things that a child needs, an adult needs, a senior needs, someone who's physically challenged needs. These are needs of the new need of humanity today. And when you give people ice cream, everyone should be able to enjoy it. And we are very blessed to live in a country that if you don't like ice cream, you still get to participate in a celebration. You don't have to eat the ice cream, but the ice cream is there. And we are in a country of peace at this moment. We have to fight for peace. With everything comes a reaction. With every blessing that we have becomes a responsibility. So as leaders, I encourage you within our community to lean forward, to step out, step up, and help uplift others that we can inspire future leaders. We should be inspiring young people to lead, not just to follow. Before you can lead, you do have to follow. So the work ethic is there, and the education is there. And then the aspiration to be an entrepreneur, to be in the C-suite, to be whoever it is that you see and you envision as your own thought leader. So I encourage you to unite, to meet, and to step up in your leadership and expand beyond your normal leadership development, expand beyond and leave the tower of power in the offices that you're in and visit the community. And I invite the community to come and visit the hours and the tower of power. The tower of power is the unity that we have wherever we are, like home. We invite you, like ice cream, to come to an ice cream social where Ben and Jerry's stepped up, stepped out, and said, we're here, we're going to be here, and we're here to fight for diversity, equity, and inclusion. There's no bigger fight that's going on that we, as part of leadership, should not be championing. So I invite you to champion thought leadership, advocacy, and allyship. Thank you.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So,
hello, thank you so much for your presentation, and can you tell folks how they can get in contact with you?
Sure. On all platforms, you can reach me at FeliciaWordMarketing.com, and I'm at Felicia Word Marketing on LinkedIn, Instagram, and other social media platforms.
Enjoyed the presentation. I know folks out there got a wealth of information, and as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you, as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.